I appreciate it.
Okay.
Check.
Well, I was gonna say, just put in a muted trombone like they did the Charlie Brown cartoons. You won't know the difference. That's about how I sound. It happens.
Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3.
We're getting our feet anyway. It's like, okay, at least.
This microphone here.
This is your incoming NAT. So you can have her boost up her NATs, and then you can manually go in. Yeah, you can manually go in. Okay, awesome. So like, if I'm Mike Beaton and I'm talking like this, you can adjust there, or obviously just boost up his main volume on there. And that's what. Now this isn't tied in though. To like, this isn't gonna be tied into like your video or like your open or anything, so it's not gonna automatically mute. So is 16. 16 is
JSC Jaguars. This is the U19 Girls Bracket B Group Stage game. I'm Mike Pete, and all by myself, talking to myself. Oshawa wearing the black kits with the red numbers. JSC Jaguars wearing the blue kits. JSC Jaguars come from Jamestown, North Dakota. And Oshawa, located about 30 minutes from Toronto. So a Canadian team and a North Dakota group in this one. And again, we play condensed halves in these group stage competitions. And with this being a U19 group, there are a few college athletes along the roster. Sydney Mikes, Haley Adelson, for example, they play college soccer at the University of Jamestown. Haley Nelson will play at University of Mary in Bismarck, the capital of North Dakota. The ball rolls over here, and I'm going to get a touch on it, but that's as close as I can get to the action because I'm not eligible to play. That's Ellie Kruger, number 13. We'll get names and numbers as we move along. The Jamestown roster, the numbers did not match the numbers we're seeing on the kits here. So, again, we'll do our best to match up the names and numbers as this one progresses. But this is the first group stage game, and again, there will be group stage competitions throughout the day. So these two will get some more games later on today at the National Sports Center in Blaine. The keeper for JSC is Olivia Sorley, and the keeper for Oshawa, Oshawa Victoria Ivy Town. And Olivia Sorley with her first save. JSC on the move. Conditions are warm and breezy. In other words, it's July. Kruger knocks it away, so a throw-in for Oshawa. Oshawa Kicks 2004. Lead pass is scooped up by Sorley as it got ahead of Oshawa. And Jamestown's on the move, or at least trying to. Opening minutes of this one, and we haven't seen a lot of fluidity just yet. Brenna Hatch lets the ball bounce off the trash receptacles. Good defensive play by number 19, Hannah Sustrom. There are 3 sets of sisters and 1 set of cousins on the JSC roster. The Sustroms are the cousins, Belle and Hannah. Haley and Hannah Adelson, Claire and Liv Froelich, and Brenna and Kennedy Hatch are the 3 sets of sisters. Fine passing on the part of Oshawa. Now JSC. Close call, but Victoria Ivy Town does fall on it. As JSC was looking to put their first chance, their first scoring threat in motion. Now Oshawa on the move. This is Mackenzie Scott. Sliding challenge by Brenna Hatch. Now Oshawa goes to the other side of the field. Over 6 minutes have gone by in this first half. We remain scoreless in the first group stage game in Bracket B. Each team will play each other once in group stage play, and from there we'll head to the knockout stages. Again, a win is the most preferable outcome, but goal differential also key. So for these two and everyone else involved in group stage competition for this USA Cup weekend and the tournament later on, it's important to get as many scores as you can. Brenna Whirl feeds it to Tamara Brimble and Ivy Town. Winning for the reset. Evelyn Bonaldo has it. Action now at midfield. Oshawa looking to bump forward. They got a look and a goal. It went off the crossbar but deflected past the line and in. Oshawa takes a 1-0 lead. With the goal, as soon as we get a number, we will identify the player, but a well-run odd woman set. That was number 5, Evelyn Bonaldo. Who scored in the 8th minute. Oshawa had been threatening a couple of times, or trying to get the ball in play. That time they do, to take the 1-0 lead. And again, it's important to score as many times as you can in these group stage games, because if we have an even record, goal differential will be the first tiebreaker. So Oshawa, the team from Ontario, Canada, in front. And in our first game, if you're wondering how a team from Canada can play here, the USA Cup with a strong international presence. 13 countries in all are represented in this year's field. One of the biggest youth events on the calendar. And a great place to watch some youth soccer. Ivy Town has fielded a couple of passing lobs in her direction. Oshawa looking to bump forward again. That's number 8, Catherine Stewart. And the ball is sent past the touchline on the far side of the field. Far side from our vantage point. Again, they split the stadium up into 2 fields. We have more group stage games coming your way on North Metro TV. We will be carrying the daytime games, the morning and daytime games. And then Sunday we'll have the championship rounds. Ivy Town with another reset for Oshawa. That's Sarah Howell, number 18. Good lead pass to number 17, Cadence Lindell. Before Belle Sustrom sends it away. However, a throw-in is coming up for Oshawa. A solid defensive stance on the part of JSC Jaguars. In this battle of North Dakota versus Ontario. I presume for Oshawa, they all got their passports. Traveling south of the border. This is Sydney Mikes, one of the Jamestown commits. Loose ball. Town Ivy got a finger on it off the initial shot. And she was able to get the save against Emma Hillerud. However, there will be a corner coming up for JSC Jaguars. As we are past the 13-minute mark in the first half. Our first set piece. And it's a little too deep. Intended for Hillerud. If you're wondering, we don't have a scoreboard in the stadium area, so we're keeping track of time as best we can. One perk about having smartphones and watches. Smartphones with stopwatches. JSC with a shot from deep. Haley Nelson. Her shot goes high, but JSC slowly turning the tide and getting some opportunities of their own after giving up a quick one to Oshawa a few minutes ago. JSC will get the ball again on the throw-in on the attacking side of the field. The throw-in, they tried to hook up to number 22 in the middle, Sydney Mikes. But Mikes is able to locate the ball, momentarily that is. Catherine Stewart with some nifty defensive work there. And Belle Sustrom with the box out, knocks the ball out of play and was able to get it off an Oshawa player, so Belle Sustrom. Well, she drew a foul, that's what it was. Either way, that was an impressive defensive posture to deny another odd woman opportunity for Oshawa Kicks. We almost became a part of the action as Cadence Lindell and Rosie Gillenswan almost ran into the broadcast booth. Now with the setup we have here at the stadium, we're right on top of the action. Wind is picking up. That could influence throw-ins and kicks as Sydney Mikes is able to get the deflection. She takes her time, collecting the ball and prepping for the corner. The second corner for JSC Jaguars. Gets behind the sea of black and blue. Oshawa on the odd woman rush, but the flag goes up. They're offside. Mackenzie Scott may have jumped ahead a little too soon. And no scoring chance there for Oshawa Kicks. They did score on an odd woman rush about 10 minutes ago. That's Gillenswan. Passes behind again. JSC, the stronger team when it comes to sets. Oshawa, they seem to work best on those counter plays. And JSC making some good defensive deflections as well. They've broken up a couple of plays. Belle Sustrom with the last deflection, but she does concede a corner to Oshawa Kicks. That ball bounces into no woman's land and will roll past the touchline. more substitutions. Before JSC puts the ball back in play on this throw-in. Now it's Oshawa's turn to compose a set. Oshawa backpedaling, looking to try another route, try another option. Cerna along the right side finds Lindell. Knocked away by the JSC defense. Over 22 minutes have gone by. Oshawa Kicks with the 1-0 lead over JSC Jaguars. Evelyn Bonaldo scoring on an odd woman rush for Oshawa Kicks. And we're going to have a stoppage in play as one of the JSC players, I think, got inadvertently hit in the head. While jumping up to make a header of sorts. And the player is Sydney Mikes, number 22, one of the Jamestown commits. Mikes gets back up and will walk her way to the JSC Jaguars bench. Maybe got the wind knocked out of her. And if you take contact to the head, that can leave a mark. I've covered several soccer games at the high school level and pre-professional level throughout my time as a broadcaster, and there was one instance where we had a delayed stoppage. Mikes will be checked out by the athletic trainer. And we will resume. There were just a few minutes left in the first half. Here comes Oshawa. That's number 9, Maya Ferrace. Had the ball for a moment, then lost it. JSC making sure they're onside. That's number 63, Emma Hillerud, and then she loses it. Tamara Brimble making the play. Both teams going far downfield, doing a lot of running, going across, but not a lot of scoring chances to show for it. Throw in for JSC. And number 60, Brenna Hatch. Chest bump by number 18, Sarah Howell. Oshawa with the 1-0 lead. The first half almost over. Again, we did have a stoppage in play owing to an injury with Sydney Mikes. Catherine Stewart on the odd woman rush was looking to connect with the target on the centering pass. Pass was a little long. Once again, Jamestown able to get those deflections, knock it away. It doesn't necessarily result in a change of possession, but Brianna Otley and a host of other JSC players getting in the way of Oshawa and preventing them from executing on sets. So Oshawa will just take a shot from deep. That was batted away by Sorley. Abigail Cerna with a well-placed shot. Corner for Oshawa, the header sails right. Oshawa kicks, makes the retrieval, and the ball rolls past the goal line. More substitutions as the first half comes to a close. And Oshawa will take over. Lindo couldn't catch up to the ball, and it will rest on the embankment. A collision near the right goal line. A dribbler from Jayden Mann. Sent away by JSC. Now the Jaguars looking to pounce as they go on the prowl. Again, not a lot of time left in this half. Almost at a moment there with a deflected pass. But Emma Hillerud couldn't catch up to it in time. And that brings the first half to an end with Oshawa Kicks leading JSC Jaguars 1-0 on the goal from Evelyn Bonaldo. And that's been it. Both sides getting a few looks, but so far a defensive duel between these two in the first game of group stage play. We'll have the second half in a few minutes. Second half about to start between Oshawa Kicks and JSC Jaguars. Mike Peden with you at Field 62, part of USA Cup weekend as we kick off the 2022 edition of Target USA Cup. Today through Sunday, USA Cup weekend action. And then starting next Wednesday for sure through next Saturday, we'll have more USA Cup coverage along with the opening ceremonies on Tuesday. And we did go over the rule book in case you're new to USA Cup weekend competition. We do play condensed halves until we reach the championship round. So 15 and up is 30 minutes, 14 and under 25. So these games go by pretty quick. And we'll have another game for you at about 10:40. This place moves like clockwork. Oshawa Kicks with a 1-0 lead over JSC Jaguars. Evelyn Bonaldo with the goal that bounced off the crossbar and in. But these two pretty evenly matched based on the first half. Weather just about perfect for a midsummer day in July. Sunday a little muggier. It's expected to be a little muggier, but that's all right. Here comes JSC on the leak out. They were offside, or either that or the ball rolled past the goal line. In either case, Haley Nelson couldn't quite catch up to it. Nelson going to University of Mary in Bismarck, the state capital of North Dakota. It's a battle of North Dakota and Ontario. USA Cup bringing in clubs from 13 countries, a true international representation. And one of the most anticipated youth events on the calendar. Oshawa Kicks on a set. They take a shot, and they take a 2-0 lead. Mackenzie Scott with the assist. And getting swarmed by her brethren in a sea of black and red. Getting the warm embrace was number 9, Maya Ferrace. And the goal comes in the 34th minute. Scott with the assist, Ferrace with the goal. Oshawa Kicks with the 2-0 lead. And remember, in group stage play, goal differential can play an important tiebreaker if necessary. So it's important to score as many goals as you can in the event of a tie. Today and tomorrow, group stage games. Sunday, semis and championships. Should be a lot of fun. Catherine Stewart was looking to hook up with April DeJong. Nice flip. Oshawa had to backpedal a little bit, sends that one high. The pass from Mackenzie Scott just a little off the mark from our vantage points. And again, this game comes down to inches sometimes. If you mistime a pass or a read, even by a half step, it can affect the trajectory of your shot, affect the angle, affect the quality. But it's been a strong game for Oshawa Kicks thus far. They scored in that odd woman rush. Evelyn Bonaldo knocked it in, and just a few moments ago, they finished the set with a strike from Maya Ferrace. So 2 goals in the 8th and 34th minute. In the first group stage game. Sorley getting a lot of action, falls on that one to snuff out another threat from Oshawa Kicks. Again, this is the first group stage game for these two. JSC, they've had a few chances. It's not like they've been outplayed or outmatched. Oshawa Kicks simply landing on those timely opportunities. There are 3 divisions in the 19U female group. 3 groups, that is. Group A with 5 teams, B and C with 4. JSC Jaguars, they'll play later this evening against Tri-City United over at Field 26. And Oshawa Kicks, they got some downtime because their next game will take place right here at Field 62, but not until 7:10. And again, our coverage, we do the daytime games. So if you'd like to follow these 2 teams, that is where they'll be located as they continue group stage play. And again, we have group stage games through tomorrow. Tomorrow for us is a slightly shorter day because we have 3 14U games, and then one 16U1. And then on Sunday, we will have coverage of the 13 red and white and 14 and 15U red winners. When there's all these games and only so many of us, we get in where we can fit in, but we're happy to provide a window, a snapshot into some of the finest soccer talents at the youth level. It's an event we look forward to covering every year. My first time here at USA Cup, and I can't wait to see what lies ahead. USA Cup weekend, it's a bit like those group stage competitions before the opening ceremonies of the Olympics. Almost an appetizer, if you will. We're past the 40-minute mark of this game, and again, we play with the condensed halves, so 30-minute halves for 15 and up, 25-minute halves for 14 and below. And watching this game, it would seem that possession is about even, maybe a slight edge to JSC, but Oshawa proving more timely, scoring on the odd woman rush, getting that goal from Ferrace on the set. Tamara Brimble a little slow to get up, but she appears to be all right. Oshawa Kicks looking for another odd woman rush. They might have a look here from number 15. She fires, and it goes wide left. Nicole Painshot with the dribbler. Olivia Sorley will take her time. Rather windy conditions today here at the National Sports Center. JSC sends the ball past the touchline as they tried to move it up. Haley Nelson couldn't quite catch up to it. Sarah Howell with the throw in. Brimble. Patrolling the backfield. And knocking away the centering pass was Kennedy Hatch, number 54. One of the three sets of sisters on the JSC Jaguars club. JSC with the ball. As the cloud cover starts to increase, which is helpful for us because that July sun, we get long daylight hours at this time of the year. It turns that wall that you see along the stadium into a sea of light. It can make it tough to see. And a passing shot from deep by Oshawa. Number 10, Jayton Mann. Sorley fielded that one cleanly as we approach the 45-minute mark. Oshawa starting to take over in terms of possession time. Deflection by JSC on the initial shot attempt, and the second opportunity from Catherine Stewart goes behind the net. Brenna Hatch, I believe, raced in there as Abigail Cerna took the initial volley. Another pause while we get substitutions in. Substitutions a little more lax at the club level compared to professional and international competition. And the ball goes off the tent. Another pause here. We're past the 47-minute mark. Oshawa Kicks with the 2-0 lead. Foul was called on JSC, so a free kick from Brimble. Shot goes high. Not a bad look from Brimble. Got over the wall, just needed a little more arc. And it might have found the net, but Oshawa Kicks still holds a 2-0 lead. Losing her balance is number 18, Sarah Howell. But we haven't seen a lot out of JSC on the offensive side of things. They put together a few plays early on, but Oshawa Kicks prevailing here in the second half. even though goal differential is a factor, they'll get a win. And again, if you can win your first group stage game, you may know this watching higher level tournaments such as the World Cup. Winning that first group stage game is helpful for the odds. The more you win, the less you have to rely on tiebreakers. And there's another example of the odd woman attacks from Oshawa Kicks. Sorley was able to scoop that one up for a save, but that is where this game has tilted in favor of Oshawa Kicks. Ball rolled past the touchline. Actually, it was set right alongside it, so a foul was called. Vantage point obscured somewhat by the spectators. Again, we're right up alongside the field, but a free kick coming up and a big one for JSC, delivered by Rosie Gillenswan, but Victoria Ivy Town read it all the way and made the catch for the save. And again, there's plenty at stake with these two playing later today in group stage competition. Oshawa Kicks coming back here this evening, so they get a morning game and they'll get to play in twilight. Goal kick for JSC as we approach the final few minutes of this game between JSC Jaguars and Oshawa Kicks 2004. And Oshawa once again doing a tremendous job finding the creases, finding spaces, and they tack on another score. Abigail Cerna with a solo effort to cap off a sensational second half for Oshawa Kicks. That goal will officially come in the 53rd minute. When you talk about adjustments, usually from the trailing team, what they can do to get better, well, you can sometimes say the same about teams in front. Oshawa Kicks played a fairly even first half with JSC Jaguars scoring on that odd woman rush, and here using their penchant for those odd woman chances and improving their ball control in the second half. establishing themselves as a team to watch in Group B. Sarah Howell got bumped by a JSC player, and based on her body language, wasn't too thrilled about it. A throw-in awaits Oshawa Kicks. Abigail Cerna, who knocked in the last goal. 3-0 the score. Oshawa Kicks over JSC Jaguars. Oshawa Kicks opting for a reset. A luxury they have with a 3-0 lead. About 5 minutes remain in this one. Oshawa Kicks using a stellar second half effort. Trying to get another one, but number 8 sent to the turf, Catherine Stewart. Good challenge by JSC, and the Jaguars. Consistency will be their key moving forward in group stage competition. Again, they have 2 more group stage games, 1 more at Field 26 today. And Oshawa Kicks back here at Field 62 around 7 o'clock. Abby Cerna with the chest bump. You don't see that often as a means of getting in a passing lane, but you're welcome to use it as long as you don't use the hands. And the official almost got caught up in the action. Catherine Stewart with the knock over to Sorley, who makes the catch, but the official almost got caught up in the crosshairs. That would have been an amusing sight. But plenty of amusement for Oshawa Kicks. Who should be pleased with their second half adjustments. To turn a fairly even group stage game into a match that went in their favor considerably. JSC, though, looking to get on the board. Centering pass. JSC was a bit behind on that. So Gillen Swan unable to find a target. But again, with goal differential being a factor in group stage tiebreakers, that's why you see teams still get after it. Oshawa and several more teams, I should say, that we'll see throughout the course of the USA Cup weekend and the USA Cup next week. Emblematic of the international presence of this event. We have some more Canadian teams on the schedule with our daytime coverage. We know the global influence of this sport if you watch the World Cup. Premier League, MLS. This is a sport that can bring a lot of communities together. And it starts at the youth level. This USA Cup approaching 30 years. Had to take a pause in 2020 thanks to you-know-what. Here's another opportunity for Oshawa Kicks. That was a well-placed ball to Mackenzie Scott, who takes a shot, sorely makes the save, but again, plenty to play for here, even though Oshawa Kicks has the win secured. Looking to knock in another one perhaps before time expires. Oh, nice footwork. Weaving through traffic. Whoa, look at this. That was a beautiful move by Catherine Stewart to make it a 4-0 game in the 60th minute. Catherine Stewart ducking and dodging defenders. So she gets on the board with a pinpoint navigation through traffic. And that will do it. So Catherine Stewart gives us an acrobatic finish of sorts with her footwork. You'll want to put that on the highlight reel from the USA Cup weekend. And Oshawa Kicks with a fitting name as they take a 4-0 victory over JSC Jaguars in Group B to kick off group stage play with the victory. We have another group stage game coming your way, so that will do it for this edition of the USA Cup weekend. We'll be back in about 15 minutes for our next group stage game. Stick around, you're watching Target USA Cup weekend action on North Metro TV. Our next group stage game of the USA Cup weekend features Firebirds SC and Villarreal, Nebraska Academy. Mike Peden with you at field 62, and we'll do our best to get names and numbers and pronunciations as we move along. There was a lengthy line at the restroom between games. SC, Firebirds SC wearing red and black, and Villarreal wearing the yellow. This is Villarreal with the ball, number 7, Brooklyn Shatkowski. We play 30-minute halves at this level. The winds have picked up over the course of the day here at the National Sports Center in Blaine, and so is the cloud cover, which is helpful in one regard. A couple of shots from Villarreal. We talk about those rebounds, those juicy balls, as one of my soccer colleagues, Don Ackerman, would describe it. A couple of those from Villarreal, but Firebirds SC was able to make the stop. Brielle DeForest, the keeper for Firebirds. Villarreal has the ball again, trying to hook up with Brooklyn Shatkowski. This is Evan Miller, number 5. Some pretty deep rosters on both sides. That shot from 14 deflected. That was Samantha Searcy. Avery Hines tried to get the ball in motion. A lot of fast-paced action between the two teams. That's number 94, Sophia Samesi. Kathy Pham, the keeper for Villarreal, Nebraska. Wearing 00 today. And a throw-in for Firebirds, wearing the black. Villarreal wearing the yellow kits. Just a few minutes in the first half. Bit of a tie-up. That's going to open things up for Shatkowski to retrieve the ball. But can she get help? Takes a tackle from number 16, Lauren Price. I believe Villarreal got a corner there, but they opt to play it short. Lauren Price sneaks in to send it away. Now Firebirds looking to move the ball downfield, and they'll get a throw in. USA Cup weekend group stage competition. We have group stage games over the next 2 days here on North Metro TV, and then we'll have several semis and finals in the younger divisions. Number 2, Annika Hansen. Villarreal knocking on the proverbial door. Villarreal holding off Firebirds. Them have to be careful there. Number 88, Maya Reinheimer, was lurking. Villarreal, Nebraska will try again here. They had a couple of shots early. Brielle DeForest was able to get a couple of saves. Now Pham with the reset. Ooh, turnover. That was close. And if it wasn't for number 99, Alexandra Janitis losing her balance, that could have easily turned into a scoring chance for Firebirds SC. Keepers have to be mindful where the opponent is when they pass out to one of their position players, and another turnover forced. That's a Samasi. Firebirds SC, they've come oh so close. They may still get a look here, and they score. Michaela Quinn with a goal in the 10th minute. Firebirds SC gets on the board, and they were primed for it. I think it started when Pham misread a pass and then handed the ball right to a Firebirds SC player. They're able to swing it around, and Michaela Quinn dumps it in the net to put Firebirds in front. So Villarreal, they had a couple of chances early. Firebirds have taken over, but a long way to go. even with the condensed halves that we're playing in group stage competition, part of the Target USA Cup weekend, the USA Cup tournament will take place next week. It all comes together. We'll have the opening ceremonies on Tuesday, and then lots of soccer Wednesday through Saturday of next week, and we've got plenty of games throughout the weekend here, as North Metro TV gives you coverage of the daytime block. Brooklyn Shakoski trying to move that ball up front. Outside of the opening minutes, when Villarreal, Nebraska had 2 shots on net, they've had a tough time penetrating into the attacking third of the field. As the winds continue to gust here in the National Sports Center. Field 62, one of the 2 fields in the stadium area of the campus, but every soccer field in use here. Scrum up front, won by Firebirds SC, but it goes off ahead of Kira Johnson, 33. That could have been dangerous. Number 16, Lauren Price, lets the ball roll past the goal line. So DeForest will reset things with the goal kick. Backdoor. Oh, the extra pass. As Fab was trying to play Michaela Quinn. Jonitis was right there, wide open. That was a perfect cross. Jonitis just couldn't put it in the net. Missed opportunity for Firebirds SC, but once again, their attacking prowess leaving an imprint in this first half. They might get another one. Janitis couldn't win the foot race there. Fam beat her to it and sends it away to give Villarreal, Nebraska a chance to set their defense. Price to throw it in. Price looking to pass up front. Firebirds SC continuing to put Villarreal on their heels. Got some grabbing there. I think number 14, Samantha Searcy, might have grabbed a part of the jersey of Maria Calderon. And we'll get some substitutions in. Both sides making a few changes. rosters have considerable depth, which certainly helps with the substitution patterns. Of course, playing condensed games, a little easier on the stamina, but it also makes sense when you're playing multiple group stage games in one day. Another turnover forced by Kira Johnson and Firebirds SC. This is where they have excelled. This is the intangible working in their favor. Madeline Wardlow, number 54. Along the back line there. Villarreal, Nebraska seeks to rekindle their attack. Samantha Cersei's shot was wide right, but if you're Amy Scott and Jorge Sambatero, I think you'll take that turn of events after being stuck on the defensive for a considerable length of time. Firebirds SC with the 1-0 lead. Thanks to Michaela Quinn. Almost 2-0, but Alexander Junitis just missed on that extra pass. Here comes Firebirds SC. This is Quinn. Ooh, another close call. This time it rolls past the right post. Quinn to Jonitis. Winds are howling again. Villarreal looking to do the same on the offensive side of the field. Villarreal resetting. Fan mindful of traffic this time around. Can they slide on in and set up another attack? That is the question here. They did, as Carly Wallstrom was able to break free. DeForest able to knock it out of play, but she will concede a corner, it appears. And that is indeed the case. And again, Villarreal, they don't spend a whole lot of time spotting it. They play it short, keep it close. They don't go for those deep balls that you sometimes see. Villarreal with a couple of corners now. Nothing to show for it yet. Deflection by Lauren Price. Villarreal lining up their sights. Kayla Quinn trying to play some defense now. Speaking of defense, as Quinn moved the ball upfield, a couple of Villarreal players got in there for deflections, one inadvertently, but Villarreal will take it and stop another potential attack, although nice deke around the touchline. Centering pass, slightly off the mark. Villarreal catches another break. Evan Miller 5. Villarreal slowly moving the ball upfield. Carly Wallstrom trying to maneuver through a few defenders. And another corner. Third corner for Villarreal. And again, they play it short. And that ball goes behind the net, not a play. Villarreal starting to reassert themselves offensively. And a dribbler that is scooped up by DeForest. McKenna Grass had the opening. Might have wanted to put a touch more velocity on it. And DeForest whiffed it. No, that's number 11, Adderhold. Not DeForest, but you could tell as soon as she dropped the ball, it took an awkward hop off her foot. It looked like she had misaligned the kick. So Adderhold handed the ball back to Villarreal. That's number 14, Samantha Searcy, who's had a couple of shots, retrieves it. And another corner for Villarreal. Now again, they've been playing these corners short. And this set piece is no different. Interesting strategy. We see a lot of clubs, a lot of teams, regardless of the level, play deep. with those corners. Villarreal opting to play it short. Villarreal. Again, displaying some astute ball control here. Can they turn that into a score? As time winds down in this first half, that remains to be seen. They've had a few looks, they've had a few corners. And Firebirds SC trying to hang on and not give up anything. They had the 1-0 lead. Fan bats that away. Plenty of movement, but the last few minutes, not a lot of quality plays have developed. Just a lot of challenges, a few tackles here and there. It's been back and forth. Villarreal on the precipice as far as possession time. They have yet to string it together, though. Rebound. And that goes wide left. Janitas had the initial shot, and I believe Michelle Marecki tried to knock in the rebound, and from here it looked like that second chance was going to produce another score for Firebirds SC. Instead, we stay at 1-0. And that is the end of the first half. So Firebirds SC with quite a few chances. They only scored once, but once is enough to give them a 1-0 lead over Villarreal Nebraska Academy. We'll have the second half of this group stage game in a moment. You're watching Target USA Cup Weekend on North Metro TV.
Do another food run.
Ted wants something. It sounds like Mike wants something. Nah, we got, it's somewhat what we have an extra person for, to give breaks, and last year I ran and got food for everybody. It's up to you if you want to go. It's a variety. Otherwise, I can grab you something before the next game too. Because Ted wants something too, so I either have to do this for him or give him food. Seriously, if you go over there, ask what Ted does. Alright. Otherwise, I can do a food run after this deal. No, I get it. Yeah, if you don't mind running around when you're great. And then take a really good mental note of everything that's everywhere. And then when somebody asks you, be like, here's the sandwich options. Here's the hot meal option.
As you can see, the second half is underway between Firebirds SC, located in Lombard, Illinois, and Villarreal, Nebraska. And just like the first half, Villarreal, Nebraska trying to go on the offensive early. Mike Beaton with you in this group stage game. The third of 4 games we're bringing you today at Field 62, and then we'll have 4 more games tomorrow and Sunday, with Sunday featuring semis and finals. Here comes Villarreal, Nebraska, number 15. Grayson Anderson had a look, and Villarreal had a look altogether, but not a whole lot to show for it as the ball goes over the net. Firebirds SC leads 1-0 on a goal from Michaela Quinn, and Firebirds have lived up to their name when it comes to those odd woman chances. They've had a couple of high-quality looks go awry, including one from Jonitis, who took the feed from Quinn. Had a wide open look and just couldn't connect. And before this game, I was speaking of the international imprint of this event, USA Cup weekend and the USA Cup tournament, which will commence next week. I heard a father and son communicate with each other in Spanish. As we noted in our last game, 13 countries in all are represented in this year's field, 17 states. One of the largest tournaments. Firebirds fans wanted a foul there as number 94, Samasi, collided with Annika Hansen. Replay on though. Samasi was in position, forced a turnover, and had she not collided, maybe she gets a scoring chance there, but she does draw the foul. So we'll have a free kick. A little outside scoring range, but that doesn't stop Samasi from taking a swipe at the net. Fan will pick it up. Here come Firebirds again, trying to move the ball up, and Hansen doing a nice job in this half. Well, she got tangled up the last time, but a solid box out there to deny Firebirds another quick strike opportunity. Now Villarreal looking to get on the board. The shot goes wide right from Avery Hines, number 29. These two are in Group C in the 17U division. Villarreal taking another swipe. This time it was Cersei, who's had a couple of looks already. Couldn't knock it in there. These two will play again at 5:45 if you're watching this live. 31 and 32. As we said, we're covering a lot of the daytime games, but with the nature of these club tournaments, games at every field, we do our best to cover as many as we can. But this is the opening group stage game for them. Firebirds SC still hanging on to their 1-0 lead. Although Villarreal has come close a few times. No equalizer yet. This could be the opportunity Villarreal was looking for as they connect on the lead pass to number 11. Well, they had one for a moment. That was Sydney Wetlaufer. Instead, the ball will roll underneath the broadcast booth. We have one more game coming your way at Field 62. It will be EC Valley Elite and Tempo Storm, and that will wrap up our first day of coverage from USA Cup weekend. Nobody there for Villarreal, so Firebirds SC was able to take a stroll. Number 31, Allison Imes, although she did have to be mindful because Grayson Anderson, number 15, was darting toward the ball. And Villarreal will get the throw in. A battle of Nebraska and Illinois teams. Wyrick almost found Tanner there. just past the 41-minute mark. Right now, action held to midfield, or that middle third for the most part, as both sides are looking for another seam to drive through. I'm getting a couple of touches on resets here for Villarreal, Kathy Pham. She survived a couple of close calls. Again, Janitis, that cross she got from Quinn, she was wide open, had a great look, and couldn't knock it in. You could argue at the very least Firebirds should be up 2-0, but they still have a 1-0 lead. And remember, these goals with group stage play, goals count because they do factor into tiebreakers. So that's why you see teams push until the very end, even if the outcome is locked up. As we've got a foul on Firebirds SC. How sweet would this be? A direct free kick. Etli Wyrick. She's within scoring range. If she wants to take a chance directly, she does. And it goes off the crossbar. We've seen a few of those today. Shots going on net, but the crossbar serving as an extra defender. A keeper's best friend. The post and the crossbar, and we stay 1-0. That was a perfect strike from Wyrick. Just an inch too high. That was a goal Nebraska Villarreal would have loved to have. Approaching 45 minutes in this match. Villarreal trying to march up again. Firebirds SC, they haven't had the ball for a while. They've had some touches here and there as we got a slight push off between Samasi and Grayson Anderson. But Firebirds SC, been a while since they've had some opportunities. They might get one though as they draw the foul. Samantha Rosmus sent to the turf. Firebirds SC, Lombard, Illinois is where they're from, home of the Lilacs, as I was told by the locals. Here comes the free kick. Delivered by Riel DeForest, 21. It was a little short, but we've got a little pinball action here. Oh, Villarreal almost had a turnover opportunity. Samantha Searcy, one step closer, she would have had it. There's a shot from deep, and it finds the net. Villarreal gets the equalizer. They have been the dominant team of the second half. Searcy couldn't catch up to it in time, but taking the shot from deep, number 78, Gabriella Tanner. It comes in the 47th minute. And remember, in group stage play, there are no overtimes, no extra time sessions. So if this remains even, it will be a draw. And that can throw a wrench in group stage positions. But Villarreal, they've controlled this one. They controlled the ball for most of the second half, and you get the sense it was a matter of time before they found the net, and they did, thanks to Gabriella Tanner. And a foul is called on Villarreal. You have to think that last goal is going to put the onus on Firebirds SC as they await the signal for the free kick. Again, if you choose to have that 10-yard halo, the officials will wait for the signal and spot it. Here's DeForest, outside scoring range, and it goes right to Pham. I think she was hoping to find a teammate up front and set up a potential one-timer there. But plenty of time. We've got 10 minutes and change left in this one. Plenty of time for one of these two to score a potential winner. Firebirds SC got on the board first. Michaela Quinn in the 10th minute. Villarreal slowly taking charge since then. Searcy shot wide left, but Villarreal the stronger team in the second half. They've spent a lot of time with the ball. They had a free kick go off the crossbar. And the pressure they're putting on the attacking side allowed Gabriella Tanner to knock in a shot from deep. Now we have a throw-in. Villarreal, Nebraska Ultra Girls is the full name. 27 was looking to hook up with 19, Badura to McKenna Grass. Grass and 31, Allison Imes collide. Grass again, hooked it right. And a goal kick coming up. Villarreal once again bringing pressure on the attack. Shot from deep was deflected. Cersei, though, staying with it. Leaving quite the signature on the attack, even though it hasn't produced a goal yet. It will produce a corner. And there is a saying that the team with the most corners is the team that wins the majority of the time, even though Villarreal, again, plays those corners short. Scramble for the ball, it's cleared out. Pham fields it outside the box. You're allowed to do that, of course, as a keeper. The only thing you cannot do if you leave the 18-yard box is use your hands if you're the keeper. But sometimes you'll see them leak out and help reset the offense without having to travel as far. We're seeing a certain degree of physicality in this game. A few collisions, tackles, but these two teams keep on trucking. I think Firebirds player got a foot on it. So Grayson Anderson's shot attempt. There was no reason for concern on the part of Firebirds SC as we remain even at 1 with about 5 minutes to go. Again, if neither team is able to break this tie by the end of the game, it will result in a draw. Which gets you a point, but you'd prefer to have the 3 points that come with a win. Before the free kick is put in play, a few more substitutions. Again, these two with a pretty deep roster. Number 6 delivers a tackle. Maria Calderon. But that ultimately does not stop Villarreal from marching forward again. Looking for that score that would give them a victory and a crucial 3 points in group stage play. A draw makes things more interesting. It's been neck and neck. Firebirds SC had the hot start. Villarreal, Nebraska with the better second half. But that can change in a hurry as Firebirds SC trying to make their way toward the net. We had a jam of sorts between Brooklyn Shikoski and Brielle DeForest, and it's going to be Villarreal ball. So a free kick coming up. And with just a few minutes left, this is a critical play. Oh, right idea. As Miller looked to sync up with Gabriella Tanner, the pass was just a little long. And that just might be enough. Or I should say that might be the last reasonable chance for Villarreal here. Firebirds SC trying to set up a counter. They haven't had a whole lot of time on the attacking side of the field in this half. And Villarreal, their defensive backs just not giving them any room to work with. They've got Firebirds backpedaling. And the flag goes up. Offside is the call. Reinheimer was left open, but didn't bounce off anybody. So let's see if Villarreal, if they have enough time to make one last grasp at victory. If not, that goes out of play. Now Firebirds SC, you can sense the urgency, trying to get the ball in play as quickly as they can. But from the looks of it, this match will end in a draw. Or will it? Jonitis was offside.
Black, let's go. Come on. Get strong. Let's go. Get down. Let's go.
A top break for Firebirds SC. It looked like Jonitis had snuck out and got ahead, and she did, but wasn't onside. And again, it's based on where the receiver is when the pass is made. And that's it, that's all. So Firebirds SC had a potential winning goal, but an offside call nullified the opportunity. And we end this group stage game with a 1-1 draw. Villarreal, Nebraska, and Firebirds SC. Michaela Quinn, the goal scorer for Firebirds. Gabriella Tanner, the goal scorer for Villarreal, Nebraska. We have one more game coming your way from Field 62 in about 15 minutes between EC Valley Elite and Tempo Storm. So we'll be back shortly. You're watching the Target USA Cup weekend on North Metro TV.
do it after the game.
They can do that, or there's a treating center in one of the buildings.
Okay.
I usually sit by the 50 to keep our team under control.
Ladies, come in quickly. Line up on Mara.
That's all right. Yeah, we can do that.
One more game in our daytime slate of group stage play at the Target USA Cup Weekend here at the National Sports Center in Blaine. Mike Peden with you. Our last game here at Field 62 will feature Group B in the 16U Girls Division. Tempo Storm and EC Valley Elite. EC Valley based in Kaukauna, Wisconsin, and Tempo Storm just outside of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So a Midwestern battle with two teams on either side of our border. But again, that is the beauty of this weekend and the upcoming tournament, which starts next week. So we're underway. And again, we play with 30-minute condensed halves. And we'll do our best to get names and numbers as we move along. With the back-to-back nature of games, it's can be a little challenging. We had a slight collision there. Between Larissa Likes We've had some cloud cover. EC Valley Elite wearing the white kits with the orange socks, and Tempo Storm wearing the yellow kits. Larissa Likes the keeper for EC Valley. And for Tempo, Meadow Lanham will be the keeper in this one. Tempo Storm looking to get on the board early, and they do. They brought the pressure in a hurry, and sometimes pressure makes diamonds. Tempo Storm with a gem of a score. In roughly the third minute. Tempo Storm with the 1-0 lead on the goal from Addison Hoban. So a quick start for the yellow-clad Tempo team. EC Valley Elite off the kickoff. They went off to the races. Kaylin Wiegand, not a bad idea. It rolls past the goal line, so a goal kick coming up, but not going to falter for making an attempt there. Free kick coming up for EC Valley. Put the ball in play is number 5, Emma Van Loo. And Meadow Lanham seeing some action early. Both sides have gone on quick strikes, but it's Tempo Storm with the 1-0 lead in the first group stage game. EC Valley offside that time. Addison Knoble had the right idea. Here comes tempo. Holben, if she can catch up to it, she might have another look. And she's hit from behind. That's a foul, and I believe that was in the box. If it is, we're getting a penalty kick. And it was in the box. The official has to retrieve the ball, which rolled into the alleyway. What a good deal. There it is. I thought the official was going to take a stroll. So Holben drew the foul in the 18-yard box. She already has 1 goal. She'll get a PK here. What a start this would be for Addison Holben if she can knock it in. And she does. No sweat. So Addison Holben makes it 2-0 for the Tempo Storm. This is the 16U division. Group B, and Tempo Storm asserting themselves as a team to watch for Storm activity. Tempo Storm, they have a quick turnaround. They'll play later today at Field 29 against Fusion SC, and then we'll wrap up tomorrow morning against Iowa ODP. EC Valley opting for the reset. And they force a turnover and almost another goal. Tempo Storm getting in those passing lanes. That was number 24. We'll try to get her name for you. Here comes Holben. Ball deflects, and EC Valley tried to clear it. The Tempo Storm all over it. #24 is Daniela Rea Rivera. We do our best to get all the names and numbers matched up because there might be a few of you who are tuning in from the Sioux Falls area or elsewhere, and we want to get as many names as we can because this event is a big gathering. And if you just joined us, it has been a busy afternoon thus far for Addison Holben. 2 goals, one coming in the 3rd minute and another in the 6th minute on a penalty kick. We've got a few substitutions taking place. Here comes EC Valley, looking for their first quality chance in some time. They took off running after the first kickoff following Hoban's first score. But that's about it. This has been all tempo since then, as they lead 2-0 in the first half. Tempo storm. We're seeing a little, I thought we were going to see some coast-to-coast action. Maya Newhart got it up to midfield, but it's tough to do in the sport of soccer when you have to watch the ball and watch defenders around you. We're past the 10-minute mark in the first half. And Meadow Lanham with her first save. A big one at that against a one-on-one coverage. Kaylin Wiegand had a great look. And a tie-up between Rhea Rivera and number 14, Clara Tibbetts. A foul and a free kick coming up for EC Valley, who trailed 2-0. Tempo fans are yelling clear it, and Tempo does exactly that. It will be a throw-in for EC Valley, but Tempo does get a moment to collect themselves. By the way, if you like what you're seeing out of Addison Hoban, at least in this game, she has 2 goals already. She plays for Spencer High School in South Dakota. And in South Dakota, they play their varsity soccer in the spring. Hoban, she's been mentioned a few times in the Sioux City Journal. Rhea Rivera off the initial setup from number 2, Madison Vavra. And EC Valley swoops in. Lily Lam. Throw in for Tempo as they hold the 2-0 lead. EC Valley getting a couple of chances, including a big one. They might have another one here as Wiegand stayed on side. She's got a look along the left side, looks for the centering pass. And I believe it was deflected. Wiegand sends that out of play. We're past the 13-minute mark in the first half. And we'll take this moment to get some more substitutions in. A little more on Hoban. One reason her name pops up quite a bit in the Sioux City publication. Spencer reached the state tournament in girls soccer this season. Fell to Xavier in the quarterfinals. Rhea Rivera. Tempo clears it. No one there to pick it up, but that's okay. Sometimes field position can play a crucial part as well. Even we talk about field position a lot in football, but in soccer, it's just as valuable, even if you don't connect on a pass right away. If you can inch forward, put a little more pressure on the opposing side, that can add up too. Meadow Lanham with the shades. High, short kick. And it rolls past the touchline. Right in front of us. Nora Boucher trying to make the play on it. And this is Maya Newhart, number 11. Well, this is our final scheduled game for today. We have more daytime games coming your way on Saturday and Sunday as we launch the 2022 edition of USA Cup. This is the officially USA Cup weekend. The USA Cup tournament follows a slightly different set of rules, and that will start on Tuesday with the opening ceremonies.
There you go. Take your time.
And if you're just tuning in, Tempo Storm mashed the accelerator. Addison Hoban scoring a goal in the 3rd minute that was set up by offensive pressure, and then again in the 6th minute on a penalty kick. Drawing a foul inside the box and knocking in the PK. EC Valley was looking for the odd woman opportunity, but Wiegand was offside. So we'll have a few more substitutions as we await the indirect free kick. A few minutes ago, we mentioned Addison Hoban's participation in the girls' state soccer tournament for Spencer High School in South Dakota. She was also named second team All-State. One of 3 Spencer players. And Hoban's got a couple more years with the Spencer program, so South Dakota soccer fans will have someone, especially in the Spencer area, will have someone to watch, but she is performing terrifically in this game, and it's no surprise when you do a little research and find out just how talented she is. contact and a foul on Tempo. EC Valley, they were trying to string together a quick set, but Addison Knoebel couldn't put a proper angle on it. Well, EC Valley had what I thought was their best chance, but Clara Tibbetts was offside. And again, the line judges, when they make those calls, it's based on where the receiving player is when the pass is initially made. So it's not when the receiver gets the pass, it's where they were when the pass occurs. And that can play into defensive strategy. If you can react quickly enough, pull back and try to draw a team offside. Another stoppage in play. EC Valley puts the ball back in play. EC Valley, they've been right there, and if they can get an attack to stay on side, perhaps, they might be able to work their way on the board. Because remember, goal differential does factor into group stage competition. So your first objective, pick up a win, but your second objective, if that doesn't happen or if you run into some kind of trouble, score as many goals as you can. Get that positive goal differential. And we'll see that come into play a little more tomorrow with our daytime slate of group stage games. EC Valley, this could be the chance they're looking for. That's some nice work by the Tempo Storm back line. Was number 55, Hope Hippus. Flag goes up, and once again, EC Valley offside. Well, they were offside, but ended up to the keeper, and they're going to call, I think, a handball there as Wiegand tried to chest bump it. May have touched her hand. Those handballs can be tough to make out sometimes in real time, but another break for Tempo Storm. They'll try again, but another offside call on EC Valley. Addison Knoebel, league too far ahead. They have the right attitude, EC Valley. They've got the right idea when it comes to these attacks and leaking out. They just have to find a way to stay on side until they can get the pass. But you do get a premonition that if they can stay on side in one of their attacks, they could get themselves on the board. They still trail 2-0 as we are at the 25-minute mark of the first half, or approaching it. Here comes EC Valley. And they fire a dribbler that Meadow Lanham scoops up. That came from Melissa Pietrowski. Tempo Storm have been quiet as of late. EC Valley clears it to the other end. Holben was ready to field it, but EC Valley sneaks in for the turnover. Nice move, nice shot. And EC Valley gets on the board. Addison Knoble in the 27th minute. And that was set up, I believe, by Clara Tibbetts, 14. Holben was going to field the ball as EC Valley cleared it, but EC snuck from behind, and that's what we were talking about. If they could stay on side, well, that's a prime opportunity to do so, because the Tempo Storm, they were playing to field the ball, but here they come trying to go on a quick strike. And so EC Valley was able to capitalize off a turnover, get the odd woman situation. Addison Knoble put a move on her defender, and there wasn't a whole lot Meadow Lanham could do after that. So 2-1 is our score, and again, there's a lot to play for in these group stage games, even if you don't get the win. Tempo Storm. Nice work by number 17. Ball ricochets out. Maria Rivera punches the ball forward. Nobody was there. Just a minute or so left in the first half. 2-1 our score in this 16U group stage game. Tempo looking to get one more on the board before the first half expires. EC Valley clears it. Tempo, I presume they will be more mindful this time, and they do get the reset to Meadow Lanham this time around. And the referee says there is no time for more. So that brings us to halftime. Plenty of twists and turns, but it's Tempo Storm with the 2-1 lead over EC Valley in the 16U group stage game. We'll be back in a few minutes for the second half. You're watching the Target USA Cup Weekend on North Metro TV. Second half in Group B, 16U division between Tempo Storm and EC Valley. Mike Peden with you. The Tempo Storm lead EC Valley 2-1. Tempo Storm's goals came in the first few minutes. Addison Hoban scoring in the 3rd minute and again in the 6th minute on a penalty kick. EC Valley capitalizing on a misread by Hoban of all people, and Addison Knoebel was able to knock it in, giving us our 2-1 score. And we do have one more update for you. Number 17 on Tempo Storm is a guest player, Maria Sherlin, and she comes all the way from Phoenix, Arizona. So kid has traveled from Phoenix to play on a South Dakota club team in a suburb of the Twin Cities in Minnesota. If you kept up with all of that, I applaud you. But again, that speaks to the nature and the global connection this sport offers. 13 countries, 17 states. Players all over the world descending to Blaine for the next week. And this will be our last game from today, but we'll be back at it bright and early tomorrow morning. 4 more group stage games here at Field 62. We'll have some of the younger divisions in those games. And then we'll be back for semis and championships in the 13U, 14U, and 15U divisions. Tempo wearing the yellow, EC Valley wearing the white, in case you tuned in recently and wondering who's who. And as the second half progresses here, I'm curious to see what adjustments EC Valley made as far as their attack. They got called offside several times, and then they were able to score by making a sneaky play on Hoban to get the ball. And we're going to have a corner here for Tempo Storm. And for Tempo, they got off to that quick start, and it looked like they were going to be running on all cylinders, and things have scaled back a bit since. But that is the nature of the sport, even with the condensed halves. This is our first corner for either side, by the way. And it bounces away. EC Valley picks it up. So for EC Valley, again, they had the right idea on their attacks. Can they stay on side? By my count, they had 4 offsides. One was waved off as a member of the defending team touched it. Tempo Storm looking to run a set. There's Hoban. Rhea Rivera goes wide left. Again, you're not going to falter anyone for taking a shot at the net. It may not always hit the target, but players will tell you, and I've heard this a few times when I've covered high school soccer in the Twin Cities. If you get a look, go for it. You never know, it might find its way into the net. That's 44, Grace Engbrecht. Rhea Rivera, she has seen a lot of touches in this game, even if she hasn't been a primary option on offense. And there is Maria Sherlin, the guest player from Phoenix. Hoban trying to field it. Hoban with the shot off the lob from Raya Rivera. And a nice save. By EC Valley. EC Valley looking for a counter here. And a foul is called as, an EC Valley player bumped into a Tempo player, and we're going to have a stoppage here. Certainly hope she's okay. That is number 15. We got back up. Number 15 is Elena Otten. Walking back slowly, but doesn't look like she tweaked anything. Doesn't look serious, and that's certainly a welcome sight. Tempo. Hoban trying to work a way around number 13 from EC Valley, Haley Weedle. And Hoban following up that quick first half when she scored twice. Trying to work her magic here. Hoban again, the Spencer High School athlete. Spencer reaching the state tournament this past spring in South Dakota. And Hoban made second team All-State in South Dakota girls soccer. So Hoban certainly a name worth watching throughout the remainder of the weekend. The ball deflects off the tent. UC Valley sends it up. I'm not sure if that was a design play or if there was a misread, but it's a break for Tempo Storm. We're trying to hang on to this 2-1 lead in Group B. EC Valley on the move. It's a foot race. EC Valley won that scrum, but the shot sails high and wide. From Larissa Likes, number 15. EC Valley on the move. ball will roll right here, but I can't play it. There we this is where you couldn't see it because we just have the one camera, but the ball rolled over to me. Thank you, Ted. I might have a second career as a throw-in specialist. So you couldn't see it because we just have the one camera. If we had a GoPro or something like that, you could have. So the ball rolled over. We're right by the field, so the ball rolled in my direction. I scooped it up, and of course I can't play, so I'm looking for someone, and Maya Newhart came over and said, I got it. That's an amusing moment you only get at events like this when we have a front row seat literally to all the action. A lot of times when we cover soccer or lacrosse, we're up in the bleachers, but because of the nature of this event, we're right in front of it because, again, they split this field into two, the stadium that is. So we've got two fields. Right by the Welcome Center. "41 minutes have gone by in this game. And Tempo still leads 2-1 in this first game in Group B. These two will play later this evening. Maya Newhart. Give her points for the effort, working her way through a few defenders. Wasn't able to turn it into something, but that burst of speed she provides when she's bringing the ball up could go a long way as group stage play continues. Again, Tempo will play at about roughly 4:20 on field 29, so they won't have a lot of time to recuperate. And then EC Valley also plays at 4:20 at fields 29 and 30. On Saturday, EC Valley and Tempo will play bright and early at fields 3 and 4. Speaking of bright, Tempo had a bright moment there. Taylor Paez couldn't quite find a target on the pass. Hoban with the lob and the hat trick. You don't see that often. Addison Hoban turning this game into her personal highlight reel. She had a laser in the 3rd minute, a PK in the 6th, and that lob, that little flip, the rainbow shot for a hat trick. It's 3-1, Addison Hoban with a hat trick. A rare accomplishment to pull off in this sport, no matter the level. And Addison Hoban, the second team All-State honoree from South Dakota, Spencer, South Dakota to be precise, is playing like it. 3-1 Tempo over EC Valley. And whatever happens the rest of the way with this Tempo team, you'll want to keep an eye on Addison Hoban, depending on how they do in the rest of their group stage and the knockout rounds. EC Valley offside again. I believe that is the 5th time. Spencer is in Iowa, borders South Dakota. We just got a geographic update. Well, there goes my shot at hosting the revival of Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. But Hoban does get a lot of press in the Sioux Falls publications. And again, a remarkable achievement. I'm sure she's more focused on how her team performs this weekend, but to get a hat trick in any game, no matter who the opponent is, no matter how it comes, that's a moment she's going to remember for a while. Well, whether you are a South Dakota or Iowa resident, if you follow Spencer Athletics, I'm sure you're cheering on Addison Hoban wherever you're watching. We're glad we can provide moments like this to you on opening day of the Target USA Cup weekend. Brief stoppage in play here. We are past the halfway mark in the second half, approaching the 47th minute of this game. And again, we have 4 more group stage games coming your way with some of the younger divisions. We'll have some 14U and one 16U game, and then we'll have semis and finals in 13U, 14U, and 15U on Sunday. Tempo Storm with the 3-1 lead. We're learning a lot about this team and about its geographical reach with a guest player coming all the way from Phoenix, Addison Hoban, representing the town of Spencer valiantly. This club, based in Sioux Falls, is letting us know that South Dakota has some solid athletes. And EC Valley out of Kaukauna, Wisconsin. We have a substitution pause. And a reminder that no matter what happens here, again, because of group stage play, goal differential is one of the tiebreakers if needed. EC Valley. They've been right there. Ooh, that was close. Just as I say, EC Valley was right there. They almost punch in a freebie. They still could. They got a couple of touches there, but as you saw, Tempo Storm went for the reset, and they didn't see Larissa Likes coming. Another step, and she would have had an easy knock. Again, you got to be watchful, mindful of those resets when you go back to the keeper. Not unlike hockey, because if you turn it over on the defensive side, you're asking for trouble. Tempo with a look, the outlet, and the goal for Mara Schultz. It comes in the 50th minute. Mara Schultz makes it 4-1. And I think Tempo Storm can start to exhale here as we have about 10 minutes to go in regulation. Mara Schultz out of West Central High School. West Central High School in Hartford, South Dakota. She gets on the board and gives Tempo Storm a little more breathing room. But again, goal differential if we have ties, and when we get past the group stage rounds into the knockout stages, that can also play into seeding. But we are getting a scintillating showcase from Tempo Storm, especially Addison Hoban, and now Mara Schultz has a goal. Rhea Rivera looking for Hoban on the lead pass. Hoban catches up to it. Tough angle there, but with 3 goals already, I don't think she'll gripe too much about that look. Four to 1, the hat trick for Hoban, and she was close to pulling off the natural hat trick. Scored the first 2 goals in quick succession, and then EC Valley got one in the 27th minute. For a time, though, it looked like EC Valley, if they could figure out their offense, string some passes and get some fluidity to go their way, that they could make a run, and they still could as we continue group stage play. Again, just because you drop the first game doesn't mean your hopes of a deep run are finished. When you factor in the points, the point totals, goal differential, all of that comes into play. But Tempo Storm with some magnificent moves on the offensive side. So as we wind down our first day of USA Cup weekend coverage here at the National Sports Center, a reminder that we have 4 more group stage games coming your way tomorrow. And then we're back at it bright and early Sunday morning with semis and championship round in 13, 14, and 15U. Tempo Storm living up to their name in this one, scoring 2 goals in the first 6 minutes. Then they cooled off for a little while, but they put together a brilliant second half. That off-speed shot from Reese Hammerquist fielded without much difficulty. EC Valley scored on an opportunistic strike, set up by a lapse of sorts. And Addison Knoebel got on the board, but there was no stopping Addison Hoban in this one. As we await the goal kick, following some more substitutions. Maya Newhart. Over to Hoban. She'll play in a few hours. Hopefully we'll have some time to recharge, refuel, and see if she can knock in some more scores in this one. But Addison Hoban with a marvelous debut performance in the 2022 Target USA Cup weekend. Ooh. That pass from Otten bounced off her own teammate and Reese Amerquist. Ooh. Then on top of that, Otten and number 18, Addison Knoebel, get tangled up. Here's Hoban. Fires! How about a 4-spot? Hoban not done yet. Lined up from deep. And she put it in the hole. Or I should say the net. In any event, it's 5-1, Addison Hoban with 4 goals. And if you're not a native of South Dakota or a native of Spencer, Iowa, you might be asking, where did this kid come from? But again, when you look up the accolades she has accumulated already, second team All-State this past year, reaching the state tournament quarterfinals in girls soccer, losing to Xavier. She's the real deal. Wouldn't be surprised if more awards and honors come her way. Reminds me a bit of Paige Peltier, who is now playing Division I soccer at Notre Dame. Paige Peltier attended Cretin-Durham Hall High School in St. Paul, and every time she touched the ball, there was a sense of anticipation. One missed soccer in her senior year. Maya Newhart once again using her speed to get in there and keep EC Valley from an odd woman opportunity. Whoa, loose ball. Meadow Lanham falls on it just in time. Misplayed it initially, and number 55, Hope Hippas, could have knocked it in for a score. It wouldn't affect the victor of the game, but again, goal differential, an important metric. Oh, that pass gets underneath, and Hippas, I should say, Lanham with the save. Off Knoebel's shot. That was a sneaky pass. Knoebel had a great look, and Meadow Lanham with 2 big stops. Doesn't necessarily need them with Tempo Storm on their way to a win. They lead 5-1, but you love to see that, especially Robert Hoffman and Jason Engbrecht, the coaches for Tempo Storm. So they are getting production and contributions from every level. Ooh, that one deflected and zoomed over to Lanham. But Meadow with a couple of big stops there. Addison Hoban with 4 goals. And an overall impressive display from Tempo Storm. Just about a minute to go. Addison Hoban, 4 goals, 2 in each half. And had Addison Knoebel not punched in a timely score for EC Valley, Hoban would have had a natural hat trick, but I think she'll take the 4 spot. She'll take it and like it. But that won't be too hard. It's always exciting to score a goal at an event like this, and it's even more fun to pick up a hat trick in the biggest stage that club soccer has to offer, the Target USA Cup. So this will be a huge win for Tempo Storm in Group B play. And there's Newhart again. That speed of hers really useful on defense. Got to be careful though. Meadow Lanham almost gave one up right there. Got a little too lax fielding the pass, but academic as far as the outcome is concerned. So Tempo Storm, they'll have a couple of elements they'll want to clean up before they get ready for their next game in Group B, which will take place at 4:20. And then they're back at it tomorrow morning. In our coverage, we try to feature as many teams as we can, so you're going to see a little bit of everything and everyone tomorrow and Sunday. But for those of you who took part of your afternoon and spent it with us, you got quite the show from Addison Hoban. And Tempo Storm puts on the show, winning 5-1 over EC Valley. Morris Schultz also picked up a goal in the 50th minute for Tempo Storm, and Addison Knoebel scoring for EC Valley. And that does it here from Field 62 in our first day of Target USA Cup weekend coverage. If you are a North Metro TV viewer, we are back at it tomorrow starting at 7:50. We'll have several 14U and 16U group stage games coming your way. But until then, this is Mike Peden. For the rest of our crew, thank you for watching opening day coverage of the Target USA Cup weekend here at the National Sports Center.